Scorecard for Sustainable Buildings project. We're running a bit behind, so I'll try to be as quick as possible with what we're doing. Can you put my screen? Thank you. So moving on, let's just try to I know some people are here for the first time, so I thought we needed to start by setting the scene, and even for those that were part of us in the last workshop, it would be good to refresh your memories about why we are here. So first of all, I know also this was a major omission on my part. We didn't really talk about what NDCs are at the last workshop. We just assumed you knew. Perhaps an omission, but when we went out to the states to do some policy mapping, we found out that it's not really true. So just very briefly, these are national strategies to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and adapt to climate change. Looking at a very simple way of looking at it is assume you have a sick relative. You come together as a family and you say, this guy is sick, he needs urgent treatment. We all have different means, we all have different capabilities. Perhaps one is a senator, one is a minister, one is a professor in the university, one is just a cab driver, an Uber driver, and another one may be a houseboy. So you say, okay, all of us, what can you contribute to deal with this sick relatives problem? That's NDCs in a nutshell, okay? Planet is sick. We come together as a global community and we all look at our means and our different responsibilities and we say, okay, you bring 20 tons of carbon dioxide reductions, you bring 100, and so on. That's really what NDC is about. So how are you contributing to the fight against climate change? They are required every 5 years under Article 4 of the Paris Agreement. The next update is February next year. So every 5 years, countries are required to update. Nigeria submitted in 2015. We submitted an updated NDC in 2021, 2021, and the next one is due next year. So what is the challenge? The latest emissions gap report says the next NDCs must deliver a quantum leap in ambition. Unless global emissions in 2030 are brought below levels implied by current NDCs, it will become impossible, please underline that word, or impossible, not improbable, to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade. We've come a long way. 2015, we were looking at about 4.5 degrees global warming, but right now we're looking at 2.83 degrees global warming. So that's not to say there's not been progress, but we're off track. So that's what NDCs are. So why are we talking about NDCs and buildings? A couple of quotes. There is no credible path to address climate change without a fundamental shift in the building and construction sector. That's the executive director of UNEP speaking. Another quote, buildings are the sleeping giant for climate action. NDCs are a key tool to address these challenges. So how do buildings relate to NDCs? Buildings can deliver over 40% of the solutions needed. Over 40%. Buildings are responsible for over 40% of the problem, about 40% of global energy-related emissions. So if you're responsible for 40%, then obviously you're responsible. You can provide 40% of the solutions. But it goes even deeper than that because of linkages and feedbacks. What you do in the building sector can affect other sectors and drive reductions there. So taking action on buildings can actually deliver mitigation solutions over 40% over the total contribution of the sector to greenhouse gas emissions. However, most NDCs lack clear actions and targets for building climate mitigation and adaptation. 83%, most of them actually, the majority, 83% mention the building and construction sector, okay? They talk about it in general, but there's no detail. They don't say, okay, this and this and this is what we're going to do. Nearly 30% of NDCs have limited or no mention of buildings. Only 48 NDC updates between 2022 and 2023. Of the 48 updates between 2022 and 2023, only 11 expanded on buildings. Moving on, so that in a nutshell is the background, and that tells us why we're here. Okay, it's not just us. This is a global initiative, and the ambition, the goal is to align building policies with climate goals and scale up ambition. Okay, it's led by the WorldGBC. There are 5 countries taking part in this initial stage of the project: Nigeria, Philippines, Egypt, Colombia, Brazil. We're taking a top-down and bottom-up approach. Very important. It's not about telling people what they need to do. It's about hearing from people what they think the problems are and how they think we can approach the solutions. That way you get stakeholder buy-in. That way you get to understand peculiar contexts at the ground level, especially in a country as complex as Nigeria. You can imagine the diversity of climate zones we have in Nigeria. So it's for example, architects and engineers amongst us will tell you that passive design solutions in Maiduguri may not actually translate to passive design solutions in Port Harcourt because of different climatic conditions. And so this is why we're also taking a bottom-up approach. We're talking to stakeholders, we're hearing from the subnationals, and we're saying, what is your context, what are your problems, and what solutions do you think can work? So that is the project in a nutshell. We're focusing on both decarbonization and resilience at national and subnational levels. And the aim is to catalyze change and create a globally adaptable tool. What we're doing here is going to be consolidated with work from the other countries, and there will be further consultation with the WorldGBC network and other stakeholders to create a single NDC scorecard that can be applied in all countries around the world. Here is a very early version of that. Don't mind what it says. It's likely going to change, but this will give you a sense. You have your thematic areas. We're looking at 5 of them. We have policy measures, and then you have a quick series of checks. Do you have this? This is best practice, this policy measure. It should be in your NDC, or it should be in your national or subnational climate policies related to buildings. Do you have it? Yes, no. And what action is required to address this gap? And that is, in a nutshell, is what we're working towards. So I've laid the foundation, I've set the scene. Now let's look at what we did last time. This is the second workshop. Somebody tell me how I'm doing with time, please. I'm doing very well. Okay, great. So workshop 1, we did that in last month, October 23rd. We came together. Many of you are back with us today. Thank you for coming back. We appreciate your support. Some of us are here for the first time. Thank you for joining us. So we launched with workshop 1 on 23rd October. We came together, sat together to map policies and co-create the local scorecard. The next session will tell you what that draft scorecard is. We had about 30 national and subnational representatives and sector experts. We looked at national climate targets and policy frameworks, and after that we went into breakout sessions. The breakout sessions identified policy gaps and potential new measures in 5 thematic areas: carbon, water, resilience, biodiversity, and circular economy. You may ask why those 5 thematic areas. It's a question also I think we didn't answer or address last time. Each of these areas addresses key drivers of emissions and climate vulnerabilities in the built environment. Tackling them as a group, okay, addresses these interconnected challenges across energy, water, resilience, and ecosystems to deliver holistic sustainability. What are we trying to say with this big grammar? Well, there are linkages between one thematic area and the next. Dealing with water can affect solutions related to biodiversity and carbon, for example. Measures to address water efficiency or to reduce water consumption. If you use, okay, very simple example. If I reduce the water that is used in all the buildings in Abuja by 50%, Abuja Water, I don't know what they call them, Abuja Water Board or Water Authority will spend, well, it's not directly proportional, but let's assume they will spend 25% less energy pumping water to homes. That translates in 25% less energy used and lower emissions. So there are linkages between these thematic areas. When you address nature-based solutions, for example, by one of the things that came up was increasing the amount of green infrastructure. When you do that, you reduce the urban heat island effect, so you need less energy to cool your homes. So there are a lot of connections and linkages between these 5 thematic areas, and that's why we chose them. So what did we find at the end of workshop 1? Policies mostly lack mandatory standards, enforcement mechanisms, and integration of sustainability principles. You have the report, so I'm trying to be concise. We're trying to be concise here. You have the report. Linked to that, of course, we need mandatory frameworks. Very good example is we don't have a mandatory energy efficiency policy. When it was created, it was supposed to be voluntary for the first 2 years of operation, and after that mandatory, but it has not even been operationalized yet. So we need mandatory frameworks for energy performance, water, construction waste management plans, and so measures targeting resource efficiency, including rainwater harvesting, retrofitting, and material reuse, are critical to enhance resilience and address environmental impacts. Capacity building, very important. Financial incentives and stakeholder collaboration were identified as essential for effective implementation of and coordination. Calls were made for systems to monitor and track effectiveness and ensure accountability, enabling evidence-based decision-making. Please, this is one of the things we're going to try and look at today, and I think it's very important because you have policies, but you don't really seem to know how well you're doing in the implementation vis-a-vis targets and progress. So we need evidence-based decision-making. This policy, yes, it sounds good, but what evidence do I have to back its implementation? And 1 year, 2 years, 3 years down the line, what evidence do I have to say, yes, it is working? I need to make so and so changes to the policy. I need to swap it for something else. Very important. And we also mentioned the importance of aligning policies with NDCs and fostering better coordination between national and subnational actors. I want to pause here. Can we scan this QR code? And do a quick poll. I hope they can see it. So, just to break my talking, I don't want to be talking for 30 minutes, 1 hour, and you're just looking at me. So let's just chat a bit. So, which of the 5, we've talked about the 5 thematic areas, which of them resonates most with you? Let me share the QR code again. Or you can type this URL, menti.com, and then use the code at the top of the screen. So which of these 5 thematic areas align? It's just curious, so it's not an exam, and it's anonymous, okay? Everybody has their preferences. We just wanted to see, carbon. I know carbon will be the winner. Wahala. Am I allowed to vote? Let me see if I can scan. Okay, if you can. Are we done voting? Can the people online see this? Okay. So which of these 5 areas, carbon, water efficiency, resilience, adaptation, circularity and waste, biodiversity, which of them resonates most with you? Maybe it's about your personal values. Maybe it's about the work that you do. It connects with the kind of work, your job, or you just like this area. Maybe you just like to swim. And so water is for you. There was a question I wanted to ask, but I didn't want to put anybody in a tight spot. I was also going to say, what are you doing? This connects with you. This is something you like. This is something that resonates with you. What are you doing to address the challenges related to it? Is there anybody that would like to tell us what your answer was and why it resonates with you, and if you are doing anything about it? Maybe you love like me. I'm not trying to boast, but when I go to the shops, you go to these shops these days and they try and give you like 100 plastic bags, and sometimes you wonder why. Do you tell them, no, I just need 1 or I just need 2? Or you take the 100 plastic bags and then you go and stuff them at home and then they end up in landfill? Is there anyone that wants to tell us about their thematic areas, or we are shy? No volunteer. Okay, carbon is the winner, obviously, closely followed by water. Resilience. That's interesting. I think on a personal level, I think resilience is the most important because we are already in climate change, and so I think resilience and adaptation are actually key to our survival. So, but I won't impose my view. So let's continue. Where are we? So we've looked at workshop 1, what we did. Now after workshop 1, of course, we felt that there was a need to expand the conversation to canvas a broader range of views because, of course, we had a diverse range of stakeholders in the room with us. But still, because of the size of the room, it was not really possible for us to fit every voice in. So we said, okay, let's hear from more people and let's hear what they have to say. One, we wanted to canvas a broader array of stakeholders, of course, I've said that, and then we wanted to check, okay, is what they're saying, does it align with what was said at workshop 1? Are there divergences? Are there ideas or opinions or thoughts that we missed out? So we circulated a survey via email and LinkedIn with a range of questions. What did we find? Policy effectiveness. We asked how effective are current policies. We mostly failed. 44% said the policies were ineffective at climate mitigation. 51%, that's why I was leaning towards resilience, because the greater concern was about resilience. Our policies, we have policies that speak to climate mitigation, and but at least within the building sector, there is little that speaks to the need for buildings to be resilient to climate impacts in our policies. So this was a concern. And stakeholders, of course, in agreement with what we said in the room here, they noted poor enforcement, lack of targets, weak energy efficiency standards as key barriers. Top policy priorities: promoting low carbon materials, providing green finance mechanisms, setting greenhouse gas reduction targets. Barriers they talked about, which also connects to what we saw in the workshop, so it's kind of like validating what we talked about. Training needed to develop expertise and improve enforcement. Better alignment, we need better alignment between national and subnational actors, and we need stronger campaigns to raise awareness and promote sustainable building practices. I'm wrapping up very soon. We also sent a team of research assistants to the states to consult at that level, to speak to subnational actors, to find out what was going on in the states. Did it mirror what we found at the workshop and through our surveys? And just to engage with them and get them to be part of this conversation. The primary reason, of course, is because subnationals are very important actors in this conversation, because states under our constitution are a form of government. States are responsible for environmental management, building regulation, and land use policy. So that's why we went out to the states. We had 18 interviews across 15 subnational units. This our map looks a bit odd. When I put it on, when I mapped it, I wondered why there was so much space to the left and so much space to the right. But it is what it is. That's what we got. We sent, I think we tried to reach 20 subnational units, but we ended up reaching 15. Sometimes it can be a bit of a challenge to connect with policymakers at that level. So that was one of the challenges: limited access to up-to-date policy documents and difficulty engaging key informants. Nevertheless, I think the 18 results we got were quite interesting and informative. This was a very interesting finding. Awareness and integration. 78% were fully or partially aware of the NDC and its relevance to building policies. That's high and an encouraging result, but the concern was that only 45%, that is less than half, said they were fully aware, that they had confidence and fully understood how about our NDCs and how they link to the built environment. So that less than half, a bit of a concern. 33% or a third reported direct policy influence, that the NDCs had influenced action at the subnational level. That also was a good result, in my opinion, because we tend to think it's a lot worse. If you ask somebody on the street, he'll say, nothing is going on. Not really true. When you dig deep, there is action. It's not as much as we would like, but there is something happening, and so that is cause for a bit of celebration. And better still, 28% had plans to integrate these measures into future policy updates. What were the most common policies we found? Planning laws, obvious EIA regulations, and building codes. There was limited coverage in the areas of energy efficiency and renewable energy, 33%, and promoting green building certifications, which would have been one of my favorites. Green Building Council, of course, goes without saying. I think just a couple of states talked about that. Policy priorities: renewable energy incentives, top priority. Designing buildings for climate risks. That's why I voted. I'm the single vote for resilience, so let me just confess. You understand? Resilience got only one vote. But this comes out very strongly again. This came out strongly in the stakeholder post-workshop survey, and it came out again at the subnational level. This issue of resilience, designing buildings for climate risks, and energy performance certificates and water efficiency standards. So opportunities and strategic levers at the subnational level. I'm wrapping up now. There is increasing policy alignment. Most subnationals demonstrated willingness to align policies with NDC goals. There is also increasing interest, increasing focus on renewable energy adoption and resilience-focused policies. What can we use to leverage these opportunities to catalyze change? Capacity building: empower local policymakers with training and resources to integrate NDC-aligned policies. Support subnationals in updating building regulations, codes, and standards. And strengthen partnership between national and subnational actors. So I think I am done with my presentation on workshop and post-workshop surveys. So thank you so much for listening. How are we doing with time, Sangeeta? Do we have time for questions, or no time for questions? Oh, that means I'm not doing well with time. Okay, we'll take questions later. We're going to have a group discussion after this anyway. So, thank you.
Morning everyone, thank you for coming again. So I would like to introduce you to the exercise that we are going to do today in workshop 2. As Mr. President already mentioned, the workshop 1 was about looking for policies, dissecting them to understand what are the existing policies, as well as what are the policy gaps that are not letting us NDCs mandate, and what we are going to introduce in 2025 NDCs. So today we are going to we have created a draft local scorecard, which is quite blurry. Is it legible? Yeah. Sorry about it. We would give you a printed copy for you, but I would just like to explain. Okay. All right, our draft local scorecard is about, we also make sure that this session is also be divided into 5 thematic areas, and we also included one more thematic area is cross-cutting other thematic areas if you have any other policies that are not available in this 5 thematic areas. So for this session, we are having a worksheet that actually gives you a policy group, which tells you all the policies that have been discussed in workshop 1, and we try to group it or consolidate it so that we don't lose track of it. And then the policy measures that comes under the policy groups. So all these measures have been either been proposed or used to dissect in workshop 1. So we have introduced those policy measures there. And the next comes the status of the policy. So whether the policy is existing or the policy is being proposed, so that we understand what is the status of the policy and where it's been proposed. It's been proposed in the NDCs or national level or subnational level, all across the policies. And next, we wanted to introduce the priority level. The priority level is basically the urgency or the importance of the policy levels that are being associated with it. So you can start with 3 being the highest and go till 0 being non-relevant. So it is up to what do you think as a priority for this particular policy. And then comes enhancement or modification. So I believe for the existing policies, the policies that have been existing, you can actually introduce, if you find the policy gap, you can actually introduce the modification or the enhancements that the policy can have to have more effectiveness for the NDCs as well as of the local policies. The enhancement and modification will be relevant only for existing policies. So as you know, proposed policies, I think we are going to do the best on proposing the understanding the policies. Next, we're going to talk about the barriers to implementing these policies. So we understand that we can propose a policy, but we need to see the effectiveness and the policy, how it can be implemented, or what will be the barriers. So there are a lot of barriers that have been discussed in workshop 1. So we can talk about the barriers like institutional barriers or any financials or technical capacity barriers that have been there for implementing these policies. So that would be the barriers. Since we have identified the barriers, we also going to suggest some supporting actions or initiatives so to understand and recommend a specific actions to address what is this policy has been hindered, and what kind of actions that can actually make the policy more effective on achieving our NDCs. We also came up with a last column of M&E indicators, that is basically proposing measures, indicators that used to track the success of the policies. That is a bit far thought. So I believe when you are doing your worksheets, you can start with column wise, and then at the last, if you still have time to dissect the policies, you can actually tell us what is the indicators or measurables that we can use to track the success of the policies in the years, in 5 years time, 4 years time, because introducing policies as well as making it effective is also part of NDCs, because NDC is a process and we have to make sure the policies actually reach to the level or the potential it is supposed to be reached. So we also have the progress of the policies. So if you see the overall, this is your worksheet. It basically tells you the policies, the status, the priority, enhancement or modification which is relevant for the existing policies, and then barriers to implementation, supporting actions or initiative to make the policy better, as well as the M&E indicators. So I believe you can go by row, and then if you still have time, you can still go with the M&E indicators. I'll just give you a small example so that we do understand. So we have the first policy measure saying that mandatory energy performance standards. So that is an existing policy in Nigeria. The priority level we give the highest as number 3, and it is an existing. So what we can enhance on that is to expand it to all buildings, because the energy performance standard is not been there for all typology of buildings, and to include the existing buildings as well, because the existing building stock is more higher than the proposed or future prediction of buildings. The barriers to implementation is limited enforcement or capacity, because the energy performance standard is not mandatory yet. So we have a limitation of enforcement. And for supporting actions, there's the capacity building of MDAs and public awareness as well. If you see the M&E indicators, we said the percentage of compliance of building, because we need to show, even if we make it effective and mandate, we need to know how many buildings are actually compliant to make sure all the buildings are having the minimum energy performance. I'll also give you a small example on another policy measure that has been proposed, like recycling and material recovery target for construction waste. It is a proposed policy measure. The priority level is being given 1. It is not applicable because it is a proposed measure. There is enhancement or modification. And for barriers to implementation, you have limited infrastructure for material sorting and the facilities to recycle the construction waste. When it comes to supporting actions, when there is this kind of limitation to infrastructure, the awareness campaign for contractors, lot of pilot projects, development of regional recycling hubs, and any financial initiatives for waste sorting facilities, those kind of things should be introduced so that these policies can actually be implemented effectively. For M&E indicators, we actually told the percentage of construction waste diverted from the landfill. That should be our key indicators to reduce landfill, so that we understand how much of construction waste is not going to the landfill. And also the percentage of recycling facilities that has been established in the years, so that people have the access to it. So I think I'm quite clear. This is the worksheet that we are going to give all the 5 groups, and if there is any other cross-cutting policy measures, you can also note it down. And each groups will have their own worksheet, a smaller version of the worksheet, so that they can take a notes on an A4 and you can take it back with you for your reference or something. And Do you have any other questions on how to go about this worksheets or something? We are very happy to help you and tell you about it. You can also refer, if you have any doubts, you can also refer to the down. There is a footnote on telling you what each column or each measure actually indicates. So just for the information, the thing that I'm projecting now, it's going to be the group worksheet. So you have that in an A1 size posted in a board so that you can just help it. But the individual sheets that we are given to the facilitators to give their teammates has a smaller version of it so that you can just write down the policies or the measures that you have taken down so that you can take it back with you. Any other questions on how to go about the worksheet or anything else? Okay, that means I'm quite clear. All right, thank you.
Yes, okay. Thank you, Sangeeta. Just to add to on top of what Sangeeta said is that this is a result of synthesizing of the results from workshop 1, the post-workshop surveys, and the subnational mapping. So we had to look at all 3 results and kind of consolidate them, bring them together, sift through, and come up with a list of policy measures that we believe should be in our draft local scorecard. It's important for us to say that this obviously required us making some value judgments, and we are not unaware of the possibility that conscious and unconscious biases could have played a role in our choices. Okay? Important that I said that. So that's why we are coming back today and saying, okay, this is the result of our desk studies, but you come together with us and let us look at this. Does what we have done really reflect what we believe all these 3 streams of research represent? That's why we also gave you the report so that you can see the background information. And is there anything that we have missed? Very important. And that is where the prioritization also comes in. And we also left a gap at the bottom if you think there's anything that's missed. Of course, important to also say that this is going upstairs and there'll be further consolidation at the global level. But of course, what we come up with will probably remain our own national document that is relevant and operational in Nigeria. So we'll have a group discussion to start brainstorming before we go into the breakout. So I'll invite the controller of buildings, Madam Anna. I call her, she's from Lagos State Building Control Agency. Architect Anna Obadina, honored guest representing Lagos Subnational Unit, to come and lead us in the group discussions.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, you're welcome. Please, how many of us were around the last for the first workshop? So let's can see your hands actually raised up. Okay, I think we have less than 50% that were around. So it's more like this is your first time attending this workshop. So, but just the way Mr. President started, he was able to capture the essence of what we came here to do. So I guess we have an understanding of what this is all about and what we've gone through. So if I can just give a recap, we understand that our nationally determined contributions is what is expected of us as a country to help reduce, the GHG emissions. And the reason why the built environment is involved because we have justification. You know that when we reduce the greenhouse gases, specifically carbon, within the built environment, which is generated through our processes, when we build construction processes and when we use buildings, that when we can do that, we can significantly impact on how much greenhouse gas emissions are reduced. So that is why the built environment is key. Other sectors like agriculture, transportation have their own NDCs, but the built environment is being taken, focusing on those greenhouse gases that we generate. So that is what essentially we are here to do, with the mandate to decarbonize and to ensure resilience in our buildings. So I think we understand that. So last time we had different just like you said, the different thematic sessions, had net zero, and we all came up with discussions, and we deliberated on existing policies, the policy gaps, and how we can improve on it. And that, if you look through the report, it's summarily in the summary of the consolidated report, it will just give you a guideline on what was actually done. So we now realize that in everything, we came up with different ideas. People came out with their own experiences, those working in different states. I now realize that there's actually the main thing is even implementing this policy, identifying these policies and then implementing them. And before it can even be effective, it is what we do at the subnational level that will actually bring all of this into that will enhance what we are doing. But we have to identify it as, on the national level first. So the input from the different states there that were here the last time was really key. So I'm not trying to blow trumpet, but Lagos State, we are trailing the blaze. We are blazing the trail. I beg your pardon. We are really blazing it. I'm not boasting, but those of us that were here know that we are trying. Lagos State has its own climate action plan, and it's going to be reviewed. Just like we know every 5 years, it's a 5-year action plan, going to be reviewed again next year. And what we are doing here is that whatever we do, we take it to the subnational levels when eventually it's adopted, and it will come up with our own ideas. So I would like to ask some questions too. So I want somebody from a state that was here, representative of a state, to give us, let me call on Mr. Builder Kenneth from Abia State. Yes, I want you to give us an overview of how what we are doing relates to what you are doing in your state.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Kenneth from Abia State. To start with, thank you for this opportunity. Yes, we are talking. There were areas that has been captured, but I have to be a little bit specific about the built environment in Abia State. The laws, as it relates to the reduction in the green energy in built industry, has not been fully incorporated in our state. So we are working towards seeing a way, because my involvement in this program is to see a way that for the built environment or the built industry, that we key into this program. At the Ministry of Environment and I think Agriculture, there are areas being captured. As it relates to building, where from the analysis done here, we have building is producing almost 40%. And that means that we have a major role to play to curb this. So after the first workshop, I went back and I presented my report. So the state is expecting that as a representative of the state is expecting me to come up with all these policies, and then we see a way to adopt it and then make it functional as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Do we have anyone from the Nigerian Institute of Architects? Architects, Ehi, please, thank you. Architects, we call ourselves prime consultants. But it should there. Architect, it's good to see you again.
Good morning, everybody. Thank you, Greenville Elden Council Nigeria, for inviting the Abuja chapter of the Nigerian Institute of Architects to participate in this edition of the NDC. It's my first time being here. My chair and other colleagues were here at the last edition. Now, this is very, very relevant. For me personally, with respect to my practice, I hate waste. You know, you get to site and you're constantly trying to inculcate in the attitude of the workers, the workmen, the artisans that look, don't just gather things and just cement bags, wood particles, mix everything up together, then just get one tipper that will just carry it and dump all of that waste in one dump site somewhere else, and that's not your problem. I always try to let them know, you can always sort these things out. Sort out the cement bags, sort out the wood particles, sort out the cement or the concrete particles, and even in our own practice, we have this, but once you sort these things out, we grind the cement particles, the chippings, to also now get back the sharp sand and those things that have been used. And it's that way you find out that constantly we find out that we're able to recover about 20-30% of what has already been purchased that we normally have gone to now waste. By so doing, reducing the number of times that no tippers are bringing products to your sites, less carbon being emitted into the atmosphere from reducing the frequency of bringing products. And there are a lot of things that we can actually do, even as architects, in planning your design from beginning to end, and to if you have the mindset of how to reduce waste, then it basically contributes to all of these things. And for us as architects, being a part of this helps us to look at things from a different point of view, from just the policy makers, and say, look, at the end of the day, the main culprit in all of this, they say, are the buildings, not just the operational aspect of the buildings, but then mostly the construction aspect of the buildings. The whole process of putting up these buildings consumes a lot of things. And once, I'm happy to be at the table to contribute to this and to be able to now take recommendations back to our colleagues and say, look, man, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this, and now be more constructive in what we do. I hope that helps.
Thank you. Now we have, generally when we are not even talking about sustainability, let's just look at the built environment and talk about building regulations and enforcement of building codes. Now, when we look at it, we have introduced another paradigm to it. Sustainability is encapsulated into every of our design indices, the design processes, construction processes, use of buildings. So it's not an addendum now. Sustainability is inside. So everything has changed. What we learned in school years back now has evolved. Now, within the general building regulations, people don't even, it's hard, it's a struggle to ensure compliance. So how do you see the future of now we are introducing, it has evolved, how are we going to ensure that even these policies, people are going to keen to, because even the existing ones, people are not keen. So I want somebody in development control or building control of either FCT or any other state that is representative. Do we have anybody like that here? Okay, sir. Thank you, sir. Your name, sir?
My name is Engineer Dagi Saliu, Deputy Director from Development Control. Abuja. With respect to the issue of integrating these policies or regulations and building permits, what is there is that the most important thing is, even when you are trying to carry out these regulations in buildings, it's very, very difficult, as you said, for people to abide by it. But the most important thing is that if government itself can have projects where these things are being implemented, then it will be easier. Then this can now be a pilot project which we can show people to see how these things can be adopted. So what is there is that once we have a complete package of all the regulations that we want, then even in our place, we can start it. Some people will abide by it, some people will not be abide by it. It's a gradual process. We can have a voluntary stage whereby building owners will be encouraged, and there will be some incentives that will also encourage them to abide by all these things. Then after which, government can now make it mandatory. So when the process starts gradually, and government also have projects, it will be easier for people to follow up. That is my contribution.
This is the crux of the matter.
Thank you very much. I'm Architect Agatha Christie Rabo from the Nigerian Institute of Architects, Abuja chapter. I just want to differ from the last speaker. You cannot be a regulator and be the implementer. I don't know, it's not done anywhere in the world. Yes, conflict. So I think that considering what we are doing, you are placed in the right place as the control agents to make sure these things are done. Now, I will tell you why. I run my own practice, and I do a lot of buildings, and I know from time to time, the development agents come to the site, and either if you are not following the right processes that have been given to you, they either mark it or they tell you they are going to stop the work if you don't do the right thing. I think your position is already clear-cut in terms of policy. What we need to do right now is to make sure that all the policies that are in place are also part of what development control should be doing, especially in the city of Abuja. I have followed the processes of the NDC online. This is the first time I'm having a physical meeting, and it's something very pleasant to hear that in Lagos State, my fellow architect, you already have something in place. Beautiful. What I'm saying right now is that across board, in all the states of the Federation, what we need to do is inculcate those laws that would be able to enable us achieve what we need to achieve. Now, I'll give you an example. In other parts of the world, like in the UK, for instance, if you're going into retrofitting, for instance, there's a construction that is going to be done on an already existing construction. For instance, you're bringing down. There's a percentage of materials within the entire building, existing building structure that you must, reuse. It's a law. You must reuse. So if all of this, I think what we should be doing right now is what works for us. What are the best international practices? We should be able to draw up a document where it's across board, all around Nigeria, and our agencies should be in a position, our supervisory agencies should be in a position to be able to say, if you are not following this, if you are not following that. For instance, my colleague talked about even at the design stage. You see some some of the products that we see around in the built environment, you wonder if there were architects involved in the building. Because we are talking, sustainability is all over the place. You're talking of buildings where you can't even have the basic reducing cost of energy, that is energy efficiency within the building. There is no cross ventilation. These are basic things. So when you're talking of what we are saying now, it's not just the government having, will I say, statutory, having prototype designs and all of that to follow. I think for everyone who is here, architects, builders, engineers, and all of that, are very much aware of, are very much aware of what we should be doing. It's the policy of, not just having those policies, they should be followed to the letter. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Acting Rabo. Sorry, I'll need to take just one more topic. I can't, maybe we'll be able to make contributions later. How much time do I have? I'll ask this one more question, then we can wrap it up. Okay. Now, the issue of cost. The average building construction process, we know how much it costs. You start by commissioning your project to a professional to do. You are paying for services. You are paying for documentation. You are registering your building with the relevant agency. You are spending money. Now we are talking of sustainability, the initial high cost. Now, how do we see this? What do we think? How do we think we can tell tell people, okay, especially when it comes to certifications, the average man who lives in a 2-bedroom house, not talking of just corporate organizations who will have somehow the funds to be able to pay for building certifications, which comes in, it's not, it's quite a lot. So how do we manage this? How do we tell people you are building your house and the cost of going green is going to cost you the cost of probably doing your foundation to your roofing? So I want an engineer to answer this question. Engineer. Okay, anybody that wants to answer this question, what do you think? Okay.
I'm an architect. No, Adetola Oyenuga, not an engineer. But I think it's still the same sense to this. One thing that can help is painting the picture to the client, prospective developer, on the life cycle cost of the project and what they would gain from it. Studies are there. There's an impression that is different from numbers presently, at least what Edge has done. They've checked their numbers of more than 1,000 buildings, and they've seen that the incremental cost of sustainability or going green or efficiency is between 3 to 7%. But the impression is that it's not of 30%. That's what people think. But the actual number is not in the air. It's actually for your project. So it will help when this becomes a scorecard or to sell to a client going green. You have to run the numbers and show him that to go green, the incremental cost is 10%. And then you get this buyback return on investment in so years. If you buy solar today, it costs this. You'll get it back in so years. From then on, it's free energy for you. So that is the kind of numbers and analysis that can help someone cross the line. That's for the client. On the government side, the president gave an example at the beginning about if we cut water consumption by 50%, it might cost development control, using Abuja, it might cost water board 25% less energy cost. Those kind of numbers can be aggregated and say, okay, actually we are saving 25% on the running cost of development on water board. This 25%, if we don't go green, we would actually spend this money. So can we turn this 25% savings or 12%, 12.5% of it into the incentive to get the ball rolling? So calculating the life cycle cost is actually where you see where you can make savings and turn those savings to incentives. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I like that angle. Well, it's like Edge came up with the mandate to domesticate the process. So they have started something really nice, which is something that it's everyone can key into. But even at that, what Edge is doing is still out of reach for some people. So we are looking at a time when a more localized certification system, even localized at state, that is affordable, or even based on your scope, your building typology. Mr. Face Me, I Face You can go green. And the manufacturers, I don't know if we have them here, of sustainable building materials, which are becoming more innovative day in, day out. We are having more compact, innovative sustainability materials that can enhance our sustainability, like windows types, even the solar, which is key. But you know, people have this misconception that once I put solar, somebody called me a while back and said they want to put solar buildings in their house and they're about to do it. I should come and certify green. I said, from where? So solar panel is not green, it's just energy efficiency, which is just a part of green. So I think somebody wanted to say something there. Just one more comment before we wrap up. Thank you, Ma.
I'm not an engineer, and I didn't want to comment on your engineering question. Good morning, all. My name is Grace Beatrice. I'm a town planner, and I'm also an assistant director with Federal Ministry of Housing and Urban Development. I was not in the last meeting, so maybe I'm just trying to get to wrap my head around what is happening. I will start by commenting on maybe kind of responding to some of the deliberations here and trying to protect the development control guy. I'm also the General Secretary of Nigeria Institute of Town Planners in Abuja. So the issue of development control is even though it's a subset of the Nigerian Urban and Regional Planning Law. It's a product of the Nigerian Urban and Regional Planning Law. It involves all profession. I think if we try and know more about other profession, what is their contribution to the built environment, we will understand the function of some institutions. In that development control, they have architects. Some of these buildings that you see marked, it may not be town planners, it may be architects in the development control. So I think what we will call for is updating you, like when you go for your architect programs and meetings. In Abuja, I know there's a chapter of architect. When you go for your meetings, you can talk to your colleagues that are working in development control, that this is what is best practice now. In your practice or in your organization, try and update and inculcate best practices now. So it's not really an issue. That development control is a multi-professional department, and everybody contributes to their functions. So we as professionals, we can all contribute to their functions. And I want to also bring to the notice, because I didn't know what was discussed in the last meeting, we have so much to do with greening in the federal sector, more especially in the aspect of policy making. We have reviewed the national urban development policy to incorporate issues of renewable energy, greening, and the rest. And then we, more especially now that housing is a major issue in the green bond, that issuance of the green bond, the ministry is developing housing designs that will meet all these certifications and greening standards. So we are working a lot in that aspect. I don't know, as the meeting goes on, I will make more contributions in that aspect, because I said I have not been in the last meeting, and I will make more contribution as the meeting goes on. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We'll be going on a tea break very soon, so I thank you all very much for your contributions. Just to wrap up now, there's a knowledge gap even among built environment professionals, so every one of us here will go back and somehow we encourage people. People know green, but people don't know the relevance and the whole justification for why we are going green, which starts from our mandate to decarbonize the built environment. So we have a lot to do on capacity building. The indices have changed. So we'll go back and put our knowledge to, and pass on our knowledge of what we have gained to people. Because everything we are going to do today and do throughout this project is a documentation. The implementation is the main thing. Documentation, putting it down, and then actually the action plan itself. That is the key. So we all have to be knowledgeable, our professionals within the professional bodies, in our different offices. How many people have knowledge on environmental literacy and all of that? So I hope that at the end of this, we'll be able to back down. Thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you, Architect Anna, for stepping in and running this group discussion. And thank you, everyone, for participating. We'll take a short, we're going to go into breakout sessions shortly to look at the draft scorecard. Sangita has explained how we're going to do it. We are split into different thematic areas. But while we're organizing the space, please just, there's tea, there's coffee, there's water at the side of the room there, please. And you may want to stretch your legs. You've been sitting for a while, and then network and connect with people from different parts of the country, from different professions, and let's stretch our legs. Thank you. 10 minutes, 5 minutes. We'll come back together in 5 minutes for the breakout sessions. Thank you. Where is it? Hello. So we're going into breakout sessions now. Kunle will be coming up to tell you which session you're assigned to and where you should go.
Welcome back once again. My name is Bilda Kunle Onobekun. I hope we are still we are done with our tea break. Hello? Hello? It's not sounding well enough. I think we still have our tea in our throat. Hello? Oh, that's great. So we have the group discussion, and this group discussion are going to be identified with colors. We have almost about 5 colors, ranges from red, yellow, black, green, and the blue. So that's the 5. Okay, now the first thematic group that we are going to announce now is biodiversity and nature-based solution. So, and the names are Blessing Shinedu from Cosgrove Investment Limited. You can join the first table here, please. The next person is Joseph Jude from, what's this? Is it Dassat? Can we see your hand up, Mr. Joseph? Please join the first group, please. Then we have Ene Idoko from FRCN. Ene Idoko from FRCN. Please join the first table. Then we have Yamani Mohammed from Federal Ministry of Housing. Ministry of Housing and Environment, Bauchi State. Yeah. Then we have, we have architect Agatha. Am I right? Isibor. Okay, please join the first table. Yeah. That's it for the first thematic. Then the second one is net zero carbon, which is color yellow. We have Nasiru Ibrahim R from Ministry of Land, Physical Planning, Kano. Okay, is that the table? No, this is the table, please. Come forward. We have Adetola Oyenuga from Prime Tech, Nigeria Limited, and I'm of Julius Bike, Nigerian PLC. Then we have Builder Onwokota Kenneth from Ministry of Lands and Housing, Abia State. Builder Kenneth, are you in the hall, please? Maybe he stepped out. Yeah. And we have, okay. We have Festus Annie from Bridge Tech. I don't know, is it Prime Tech? Okay, Prime Tech again. Please, you can come to this table. Yeah. That's all. We have Resilience and Adaptation Group, which is black in color. We have Ohanos Stella. We have architect Ekwe Gariri from Development Control. Please join this table, please. Engineer Idagi Soliu from Development Control. Please join this table. We have Ajia Soliu from Sally. Wow. I think you did a lot of lettering in your writing. That's what I can say. Tenny Bagbe. Okay. We have Dr. Is it Aino or Anna? Okay, great. That's it for the resilience and adaptation. We have circular economy and waste. So that table could be this. The very first person on that is Gali Bata. Gali Bata, please come here. Yeah. I think from Nepal. Yeah. We have architect Chizi Owunye from Deckard Taylor. You are very welcome. We have Anne Joseph from the same this. I think it's the same Deckard Taylor Limited. Yeah. We have Mobolaji. Okay, from United Nations. And then we have Mercy Era Poweri from Dorasda Nigeria Limited. Who is Mercy, please? Okay, come forward, please. Then the last, we have Grace Beatrice from Federal Ministry of Housing and Development. May we see Madam Grace Beatrice? Please, you can come forward now. Okay. Yeah, I know. Okay. Okay. So the last group, where? Why not here in the middle? That would be too extreme. So the last one now is water efficiency. The first of my on my list is Linda Unya. Madam Linda Unya. Okay. Please come forward here. In the middle. That's the water efficiency is blue in color. Yeah. We have Ademola Adepoju from Voice of Nigeria. You can come forward to the middle table. We have Adale Moses from the Punch newspaper. We have Yusuf Amayau from the Youth SDG Network. Mr. Yusuf Amayau, are you the one? Please join the meeting table where the madam is sitting. We have Williams Samuel from Abuja Chamber of Commerce. Please join the middle table. We have Architect A. Asen. Architect A. Asen, please. Are you the one, sir? Then I think that's the last one for now. So the the group head can assume duty from now.
I have not had organized in any of the groups.
Join the last one. Yeah.
Is there anyone that's not in a group?
Please, if you are not in a group, you can come forward so that we can fix you appropriately.
You haven't heard your name.
No, he will join the water efficiency. No. The water efficiency is so low. Yes.
Hello. So we're running a bit behind, but we decided to give an extra half hour. So we'll wrap up at 1, please. You don't have to populate everything, okay? So if it's taking too much time, I think we can skip the barriers and just look at the supporting, because the two are connected. Barriers and supporting actions are actually linked. So we can skip barriers and do supporting actions. So please, half an hour more. 15 minutes to go, please. 15 minutes. Minutes, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, please. Just do the prioritizations, I think. And you have nearly finished now. So this is gold star. Let's do prioritizations, please, quickly. We need to wrap up. One minute. 1 minute. There's nothing we can do. We need to wrap up. We can leave your sheet. You can do it after during lunch, but we need to close because there are people virtually also working, and we want to synchronize. There are people in the net zero. 1 minute. Yes, each group, you'll have like 2 minutes to present. So please, we're wrapping up. Can it reach them? How do I do it now? No, but reach up.
Then let's
Please, let's wrap up. Wrap up, please. Please wrap up.
Climate resilience and adaptation. Are you done, Dr. Tinby? You're done, yeah? You ready to present? Just 2 minutes? No? Okay. Okay. You're ready to present. You can just present it from. Please, I request everyone to stop their group discussion because each group is going to present their own. So it is also good to know what the other thematic areas have done, so that we will start with circular economy and waste reduction. Sorry, ma'am, you have 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, everyone. It was quite a task for our group, but I think we tried. We had 9 policy measures to assess, and I think on the priority level, all of the measures except one were classified as high priority. I think the one on developing recycling and material recovery hubs in informal settlements and on the south areas was the one that we deemed as medium priority. We have quite a number of barriers to implementation that were highlighted here. Because of time, I can't read through everything, but for the first part, resource efficiency and circularity, something that was common to all these measures was institutional, weak institutions, existing policies and codes do not support, lack of political will. We could say that that was a barrier that goes down to most of these measures. Titrates into each of these measures. So let me see one that stands out for us here. Develop recycling and material recovery facilities in urban areas. What stands out is the high cost of investment. There's a high cost attached to building these facilities. And we also have, as a barrier to implementation, we have land use conflicts, we have lack of energy supply, which is a characteristic of Nigeria, poor road network. That's for the urban, poor road networks, resistance to change, low awareness and unwillingness. You would probably meet with some resistance when you get to the rural areas, undeserved areas or informal settings. You will meet with some resistance of some sort. Another thing that stood out was knowledge and skill gaps. We all know that a lot of people don't know or don't have information about these things a lot. So there's a lot to be done in terms of capacity building and awareness and sensitization. Weak regulatory framework, cost transfer to customs is a barrier to implementing this life cycle assessment for new construction projects. Basically, all this new requirements you are asking from maybe developers, you're asking them to submit life cycle assessment, you're asking them to submit construction waste plan, you're asking them to submit construction waste minimization plan. We are of the opinion that some of these things you will hear them say the cost of developing all these documents is high on the project, and especially if your project is a small project and you may not be able to capture the cost of this developing all these plans in the cost of the project. So you may get feedback from developers and people telling you that no, it's expensive, they can't do it. So that's a barrier. And then we have some other supporting actions or initiatives, but my time is up, I'm sure. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Professor, are you ready?
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. Our group is climate resilience and adaptation. And we had 3 policy groups. The first one is risk assessment and planning, resilient buildings and infrastructure, and nature-based and urban design solution. So,
Unlike most of the other groups, we had a lot of policy measures that already have existing policies. So we looked at the priority level. Most of them had very high priority levels. Just about two have just medium priority levels. All the others have high priority levels. An example of one of the policy measures we are looking at is to incorporate risk mapping and climate risk into urban zoning and planning policies. Of course, we are looking at enhancement and modification of that to be review and update of existing policies, because we believe that most of these existing policies are old. They're based on data that have been taken long ago. So most of those policies will need to be reviewed and updated, especially in light of the effects of climate change that we are currently seeing. As we can see, the extent of flooding we had in Nigeria this year. We identified some of the barriers to implementation. Some of our barriers include lack of human and material resources, lack of political will, technical capacity, in some cases budgeting, poor enforcement, and so on. And some of our supporting actions that we have highlighted include, in fact, in most cases, our supporting action include training, awareness, orientation. We even went on to identify curriculum review in tertiary institutions as one of the supporting actions that need to be taken. We also have tax incentives, green building trainings. Green building trainings, we find they are very important if we are going to be able to achieve some of these things that we have stated here. And for the M&E indicators, some of the M&E indicators that we identified include green building rating systems. We find out that there's no way we can monitor some of these things unless there's an effective green building rating system that is being applied. Also, we need public access to some of the information that are necessary to achieve these policy measures. Thank you.
Yeah, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much. So we looked at biodiversity and nature-based solution. So the policies were grouped on in three categories: planning and regulation, conservation and restoration, then the urban biodiversity and green infrastructure. So we looked at the policies, and when we looked at them, the priority level for them, they were all very high. They were high. So I think we graded them all three. Then the enhancement or modification as well, most of the policies we brought out, we saw no need for enhancement. How they were captured were okay, and we feel there's no issue with that. So under the barriers to implementation, that's where we had the meat of the discussion. We saw poor awareness, just like our colleague just said, is a major challenge. The reason why most people don't implement these policies, nature solution, biodiversity, which are very, very helpful. Poor awareness is one. Then low stakeholders stakeholder compliance. We also have poor implementation, then a lack of commitment on the side of some regulatory agencies, where you have cases of boycotting EIA assessment, the environmental impact assessment, for several reasons. Then, so I think that was basically. Then another very serious barrier to implementation of some of these policies, the economic challenges. We saw that these nature-based solutions, biodiversity protection, involves the cost of protecting this environment, of protecting this biodiversity, to prevent biodiversity loss, is also a challenge for us here in Africa. Because when you have a situation, someone having a plot of land and there is a water channel going through the land, and you're saying there's a need for the person not to tamper with this natural flow of water, it's very difficult. Clients would prefer to just divert the water and do whatever they can just to make sure the land is utilized. So the economic cost is actually a major challenge to implementing of most of the policies. Then the supporting actions or initiative we propose include community awareness. There is need for adequate community awareness and advocacy programs, even in our institutions, so that more persons can be aware, including the private individuals who are into constructions, so they can be able to implement this policy. So we also saw the need for incentive measures, not just from the government now, but even from NGOs, incentive measures to encourage people to actually implement this policy. Okay, so a few of the M&E we included is number of projects certified. There's a need to certify projects. There is a need to check the numbers of projects we've been able to certify, maybe on a monthly basis or annual basis. Then a percentage of compliance. All right, thank you so much.
So I'm presenting water efficiency and resilience. So we had priority list for all our policy measures. We have high priority for most of our policies. The policy that came as priority number 2 was requiring water fixtures and water saving fixtures and appliances in all development, which we think water efficiency and water fixtures cannot be mandated. So the policy priority level came up to 2. And when it comes to grey water recycling, in bringing the circularity in water, we put that priority as 1. But other policies were high in priority. So the first priority is to have a mandate minimum water performance standards. The priority level is high, but for the implementation, we find it very difficult with Nigerian scenario, because there is a lack of awareness and there is no infrastructure or data, and as well as there is a regional vast geographical and regional differences in Nigeria, where there is water scarcity in one place during one season, whereas there is too much of water in one of the regions. So those kind of issues were being raised in the implementation of minimum water performance standard. The second one is required water saving fixtures and appliances in all development. We gave a priority level of 2, and high water demanding facilities like typologies like factories or hospitals and other commercial areas, we can make it as mandatory, and we can make it encouraging for other typologies where water demand is not that high. And the third one is to subsidize water saving technologies for vulnerable households as well as the urban areas. When it comes to subsidizing, we are going to have the modification of tax incentives and rebates that can be introduced to help the policy measure to integrate into all regional governments. So in that way, we can have a public enlightenment of water saving technologies in all households as well as the urban areas. So next one is about recycling or bringing circularity in water. In that we have grey water recycling, which was not very encouraging, because people we have this idea that this policy, it is very hard to implement, because it's the grey water has to be recycled, where technology as well as awareness of water recycling should be more and then to be implemented. Whereas rainwater harvesting, the priority level was 2, because there was a lot of rain in Nigeria which can be harvested for using during drought or other systems. And when it comes to incentives to adaptation of smart water management technologies, for new buildings as well as monitoring systems and leak detection, the priority level was 3 because smart metering will encourage people. So when it's incentivized, so it is the priority makes it encourages people to use smart meterings, which leads to water efficiency in their building. When it comes to development and enforcement of urban water management policies, the priority level is still high, but we see the barriers for implementation would be institutional corruption and lack of awareness, and also to reduce institutional bureaucracy, which will lead in maintaining and implementing high water management policies, which we lack now. Establishment for licensing systems for groundwater obstruction and setting limits during shortage. The policy is existing, but it is not implemented. So for that, we have given a priority level of 3. And for promoting climate resilient water infrastructure to withstand droughts and flood, we also gave a priority level of 3. Whereas supporting actions, we need to have maintenance and high quality of infrastructure for this policy to go further. So I think that's what we have achieved in water efficiency and resilience. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. My team cannot see. Okay. Good afternoon. The net zero carbon has identified 3 policy groups. Energy efficiency and performance is one, renewable energy integration is another, and the embodied carbon and the low carbon materials is the third one. So out of all these policies, we only have 3 that are existing, all others are proposed. And within the energy efficiency performance, we have all 4 policy measures on the highest priority level, which is 3. And we have identified the enhancement modifications to include the expansion of building typologies, and then the general barriers to the implementation for the energy efficiency performance and their policy measures are more or less the same for all of them, which include the lack of awareness on the policies, fit, cost and finance, especially initial cost. Then there are no incentives, and some that are existing are not well defined. Then the impact of those incentives on government, on revenue, especially on government side, on revenue generation on the part of the government is another. Then there are no defined drivers and champions for these policies. So we are just having policies, nobody to drive it at the federal levels, the state levels, at the in different government agencies, the lawmakers and all of that. So these are the main challenges to these implementations, but we have identified supporting actions and initiatives for energy efficiency and performance, which is to incorporate into the subnational building codes. That's where the energy efficiency performance shall be incorporated into the national building codes. The subnational building codes, I beg your pardon, we shall need to have a very elaborate capacity building and sensitization. People are not aware of most of what these things are. Then to provide cost, energy, and carbon savings ideas for people. When they know that what they want to do, we tell them that this is how much cost, this is how much energy and carbon you'll be saving. It will help them to make up their minds and take the decisions towards and key to what we want to do. Also define and implement incentives and implement penalties for poor performance too. Because when people perform high, I think they should be rewarded. And then when you are performing low too, they will give you time to align with your the minimum, but failure to which after a defined period, they can be, penalized, and the penalty will encourage people to comply. So we also want energy auditors are key. When we talk about energy efficiency, we cannot deny the role of energy auditors. And we also promote energy auditing in buildings, because this is very key. We want to have a basis for determining the energy performance. So under renewable energy, we've been able to, there's only one of the policies that are existing. The rest, 2 policies are existing. One is, the other 2 are proposed. And the priority level for them range between 3 and 2. And the only one that has a low priority level is the policy supporting energy storage. We have to learn to crawl before we start walking and flying. So general enhancement or modification of the renewable energy policies will apply to all building types. Then the challenge is also lack of awareness and the perceived high upfront cost. So what we are proposing to support the action or the initiative is to update the existing roadmap for the building sector. The building sector, the renewable energy roadmap is actually existing, but it does not really capture the building sector. So it's to update it to include the building sector. Then we have issues where they are giving targets in renewable energy and energy performance. So we don't want to have conflicting figures. So there will be need to harmonize the targets so that everything aligns together, especially for new buildings. So we also develop policies and incentives for energy credit buy-ins. Like this is a feed-in tariff. There's actually a policy on that which we just discovered. It's a feed-in tariff regulation on renewable energy. It was as far back as 2015, but the status of which we don't know. It's probably dormant, or people are not just keen into it. So the other thing is to promote the development of smart grids and incentivize smart meters for users. We remember when new prepaid meters came in, people were given at almost free cost. So things like that can encourage the buy-in. So the value of the when we get to embodied carbon and low carbon materials, this is all of the policy measures of high priority, because this is very key to net zero carbon, the embodied carbon of materials. This is very key. So the basic barriers to it is lack of information and status. You have a material, you don't know the value of the embodied carbon in it. There's no way to assess it. So then the capacity to actually determine how much carbon that material has in terms of proper research tools and analysis is not there. So there's need to encourage voluntary declaration by manufacturers on their products. There's also need to create awareness for buying across board, to build capacity for third-party verification. We don't want people to greenwash us and say, oh, this is my material, if you use it, you save this, whereas there's no truth in what they're saying. So we need people, or we need to have a way of having a third-party verification. So we also need to develop a design indices and checklist when we want to talk about net zero building designs. So the design indices for net zero, will have it, and that checklist will help to also give people a way of making sure their designs, especially for people to give, maybe you want to give your design to commission your designs. This will help architects and designers to be able to go directly to those design features that can make your building net zero. So the way we have decided to, the M&E indicators for energy efficiency is the number of energy performance certificates issued and the percentage of compliant buildings based on the number of buildings that apply. So for renewable energy integration, the M&E indicators are the value of energy generated from renewable energy sources, and for embodied carbon is tracking the carbon emission savings in buildings, is the way we want to are the indicators that we are proposing to be used. That's about all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, we're wrapping up now. But before we do that, we want to do, can you switch to my screen? We want to do a quick survey now that we have you as a captive audience. Okay, is my screen showing okay? Not showing full screen. Great. Okay, can you scan the QR code, please? I just need 5 minutes, or we just need 5 minutes of your time to do this quick survey to get a bit of feedback. This is a grant-funded project, and the funder wants to know certain things, and we also need to know certain things to help us with the design of future workshops. This is just number 2 out of 7, so we still have 5 to go, and we want to improve the design. So we want a bit of feedback from you. Now that we have you captive in the room, we think it's the best time. If we say go home and do it later, we know that some of you will not do it. Okay, you too. And Alondra. So do we have we scanned the code? Ah. Scan the code. Are we all there? Ah. Okay. Overall, how was the workshop? Tell us the truth, oh. It's completely anonymous. We don't know how you vote. How you vote, so. Six two, not bad. A lot of us have not still voted. How come? PG. I'm moving to the next question. Our lunch is ready, right? Lunch is ready. I don't want to keep us from lunch. So, how was the workshop? When I get to, when should I change it? When I get to about 30%, this is 12, this is 30% already. Can I move on? Okay. All right, rate your satisfaction with the environment. There's a slide that you can use, score 1 to 5. Location, comfort. I hope the hotel people are here to see. AV equipment. Yeah. I think it's a bit cold, maybe because the room is not full. It's cold, but let me not put my finger on the scale. Okay, I want to move to the next question so we can eat. Have most of us voted? Moving on. Okay, how well do you understand Nigeria's NDC and climate policies? Okay. Have we helped you understand better? Okay, next question. We're nearly done, I promise. Will what we discussed today, do you think it will help resilience and decarbonization in Nigeria? Okay, moving on. Did this workshop help you better understand your role? Do you know what your role is in implementing these policies? Are you more confident about what role you can play, or you're still unsure? It's not all about the government. We each have our roles to play. And what is your most valuable takeaway from the workshop? What's the one thing you think you benefited most from this workshop? Is it networking with key stakeholders? Better understanding, just one, what is the most valuable? I know that they are all relevant, but which one is your most valuable takeaway? Wow, I'm still voting. Okay, and I think this is the last one, I hope. Did the workshop involve relevant key stakeholders? Is there anyone missing? Be honest. Everybody is saying yes. Okay. I'll take the win. Just a little expo. One of the key takeaways from the stakeholder surveys was that we kind of forgot to involve the legislative branch. So, but I didn't want to say before you voted. I will correct that next time. Thank you, everybody, for taking the time to answer this survey. I know that I trapped you here and kept you from your lunch. So we're wrapping up now. We'll keep you updated about what's going on. What's going to happen now is we're going to take this back to the office and refine it further. Look at what you have said and the prioritizations and come up with our own draft local scorecard. When we do that, we are going to come and sit with some of you. We can't do this with everybody, but if you think you want to have a one-on-one with us to discuss further or to consult further, please do reach out. But I know that there are definitely some key organizations or partners that we're going to sit one-on-one interviews with in the office also to discuss our findings. And then after that, we'll now send it up, like we said, to the WorldGBC, who will sit with other partners like PEEP, that's Program for Energy Efficiency in Buildings, and come up with a global scorecard, what they call the beta scorecard, which will come back down to us, and we'll continue this journey sometime in late January or early February, where we begin to now validate that beta scorecard and use it, because it's not just about the scorecard. We're going to take that scorecard and come up with what we call a national action plan. Okay, this is what we found. What do we do with what we found? So that is the next step of the journey. So, but we'll be keeping you informed as we go along. So thank you so much. Lunch is here, but before we have lunch, there's an announcement they gave me to announce. I forgot, honestly. We're going to take a group picture. Where are we taking the picture, Kunle? On the stage. So please, let's come to the stage, take a group picture, and I hope I remember to share that with everybody later. Thank you.